Welcome to the Eco Warriors show for this year's Earth Day, where we will be bringing to you our nature quiz, sharing some top tips and thoughtful facts. Firstly, we just wanted to tell you a little about who we are and what we do. I'm Meg.
And I'm Tasha. I'm the youth worker for Malvern Cube Projects, based here at Malvern Cube.
The Cube Eco Warriors is a youth group for young people in Malvern, aged 11 to 18 years old, who are passionate about the environment and want to take action to look after it. The group meet twice a month on a Tuesday from 5 till 7 at Malvern Cube. In our meetings since we started in September 2019, some of the things we have done are taking part in quizzes on different topics, such as, what do you know about climate change? What's your carbon footprint? And a wildlife quiz. We have set personal eco challenges like switching off lights and having shorter showers. We've researched and shared positive and negative news stories about climate change. We have found out about and looked at the Seek app, which can help identify wildlife in our natural area. And we share our findings with scientists and environmentalists globally to support research on biodiversity. We made apple bird feeders and penguin cardboard rolls using recycled materials. We made green heart animals in the shape of a heart as part of WWF Share the Love campaign.
We also like to raise awareness about the environment with other people, and one way we can do this is to share information. And what better way to do this than we thought doing it in a quiz, and who doesn't love a quiz? So we're going to be hosting our Everything and Anything Nature Quiz. So hopefully you've got some pens and paper ready, and we'll make a start. There are 10 questions, each with multiple choice answers, and we'll reveal the answers as we go through. So without further ado, here's the first question.
How many species, including plants, are in danger of becoming extinct? Is it A, 7,237, B, 41,933, or C, 16,306?
The answer is C, 16,306. The IUCN Red List, which is a critical indicator of the health of the world's biodiversity, shared that 41,415 species are on that actual list, but 16,306 of those are actually threatened with extinction. Question 2. Can you guess how many gorillas were walking the planet in 2018? Was it A, 100, B, 1,000, or C, 2,500? The answer is B, 1,000. However, fortunately, numbers are rising with mountain gorillas, and that's thanks to work of charities and conservation efforts, particularly in 2 national parks in Africa.
If global temperatures rise by 1.5%, what percentage of the world's wildlife will be at risk of extinction? Is it A, 10 to 20%, B, 20 to 30%, or C, 30 to 40%?
The answer is B, 20 to 30%, which is pretty scary. And what's happening is rapid changes in climate change means that animals are not able to adapt or thrive in their current habitats, hence this percentage. Okay, what is the collective noun for giraffes? This is question 4. Is it A, a gaggle, B, a tower, or C, a herd? And the answer is B, a tower.
Question 5. How many muscles do elephants have in their trunks? Is it A, 1,500, B, 15,000, or C, 150,000? The answer is C, 150,000.
Which is a lot of muscles.
Yeah.
Question 6. A group of rhinos is called A squad, B, a band, or C, a crash? The answer is C, a crash, which kind of makes sense once you think about it.
Question 7. Globally, how many people depend on fish for food and income? Is it A, 800 million, B, 80 million, or C, 8 million? The answer is A, 800 million people.
Question 8. Which of these commercially important species is critically endangered? Is it A, the European eel, B, the southern bluefin tuna, C, the common skate, D, all of the above, or E, none of the above? Unfortunately, the answer is D, all of the above are currently critically endangered.
Question 9. Why are pollinators, such as bees, so essential to life on Earth? A, they provide oxygen. B, they help provide the food we eat. Or C, they help reduce pest populations. The answer is B, they help provide the food we eat.
And lastly, question 10, which is just a bit of fun and a bit of general knowledge. How much does a kingfisher need to eat each day? Is it A, a quarter of its body weight, B, a half of its body weight, or C, its own body weight? The answer is B, a half of its body weight. Thanks for taking part in this part of our quiz, and we hope that you learnt something new as well as finding it enjoyable. I'm going to hand over to Meg now, who's going to tell you a bit about some of our top tips to share with you.
If you want to learn more about looking after our planet, here's some top tips for you.
So our first top tip is, as the young people have done in the Eco Warriors group, they've set themselves challenges, personal challenges each week to help reduce their carbon footprint. So for example, turning off the lights when you leave the room, taking less time in the shower, and turning off chargers when they're not in use.
Number 2. Try wearing extra layers like a jumper instead of turning on the central heating.
And top tip number 3, to help save energy and again reduce your carbon footprint, maybe to discuss with your family and look at the light bulbs that you use in your home and perhaps to change to halogen energy saving ones.
We also have some facts to make you think that we would like to share with you.
So the first fact we'd like to share is around 15% of the carbon released in the environment is due to deforestation and change in the use of land.
Fact number 2. The humble bramble K. melames, a small rodent in Australia, is the world's first mammal to become a casualty. I'm going to start that one again. The humble bramble K. melames, a small rodent in Australia, is the world's first mammal to become a casualty of climate change and disappeared.
The third fact is that scientists determined that 2019 was one of the top 3 hottest years in the UK on record, as well as being the second warmest for the whole of the globe.
Fact number 4. The concentration of carbon dioxide, CO2, in our atmosphere as of May 2020 is the highest it has been in human history.
And our final fact to share with you is that 11%, which is 800 million people of the world's population, is currently vulnerable to climate change impacts, such as droughts, floods, heat waves, extreme weather events, and sea level rise.
These facts help us to stop and think for a moment about what changes are happening to our planet, and maybe encourage us to do more to help it. Some of the things we have planned are developing a carbon-free vegetable patch at the Cube, where we can make our own compost, plant our own plant and grow our own vegetables, which we can use at our youth cafe to sell or to fundraise the youth group. We are hoping to work in partnership with the Friends of Priory Park in developing new ecosystems and supporting local wildlife. We want to host a Celebrating Nature exhibition, which was sadly called off due to the first lockdown. Young people can get creative using photography, art, upcycling, sculpting, and more to show their appreciation for all things nature. We will continue to raise awareness and share information with others using social media and events like this.
If you'd like to be involved and join the Eco Warriors group, then please just get in touch with us via email or follow us on our social media. The details should be up on the screen now. And thank you for watching the Eco Warriors show.
Greetings, happy Earth Day. My name is Anda.
And I'm Angela.
And the theme for Earth Day in 2021 is Restore Our Earth. We want to have a conversation about why food is linked to the health of soil, and good food comes from good soil.
Absolutely. Have you seen anything good about Earth Day today, Anda?
I've seen some great messages actually. A brilliant one, and this is to do with soil. If you find Instagram, Paul Stamets on Instagram, he did a lovely message for Earth Day and talked about how we are all citizens of the planet, and that includes people, trees, flowers, fauna, insects and animals. So I thought that was a lovely start to the day.
Sounds nice.
I could highly recommend it, and we'll share a link with the Malvern District Council website at the end of this.
Brilliant. That sounds really good. So we thought today we'd talk to you about soil health and why it's important, what nutrient-dense foods are and how that comes from really good soil. We're going to talk about farming for soil health, what short food chains are, and is going to let us into what's going on there. And then any questions you might have. We've got some resources at the end which the council will put up for us on their site, so you'll be able to get to things like books and useful links for Instagram or Facebook pages, that kind of thing.
So, how do we restore our earth? We need to restore our soil. I think I'm going to say something first. I've done a year of lockdown, and my memory mojo is a bit low. So we are quite knowledgeable, but there are some memory pointers here. So please excuse the paper. Nutrient-dense food and nutrient-dense soil. Soil health is important because 25% of the Earth's biodiversity is in the top 5 centimetres of the soil. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
So the soil is like a skin on the Earth, and it sits on the surface of our planet. And biodiversity, which is some people might not know, it actually means the biological variety. So that can be of the soil, of plant health, of insect health. It's really important with regards to soil, because good healthy soil will store carbon, much more than trees or plants. And a nutrient-dense soil is vital to tackling our climate emergency and locking in carbon. So if we feed and protect the soil, we can feed and protect ourselves and our planet. Me and Angela know each other because we've got quite a symbiotic relationship. We've got a mutual benefit, and we met each other through a love of gardening and food.
Absolutely. I'm a nutritional therapist, and I really wanted to be able to eat nutrient-dense foods. I wanted to grow my own foods, but what I really wanted was really healthy soil, and my knowledge was lacking there. So that's when I asked Anda to help us, and she's been amazing at giving us loads of advice about how to make our soils really healthy in the garden, and we're growing our own veg, which is fantastic. And I think we'll go through how we've done that.
Mm-hmm. There's almost like 4 different types of really beneficial gardening. There's lots of buzzwords at the moment: regenerative farming, there's organic farming, there's no dig, and there's permaculture. And what we've started with Angela's garden is we have set up a no-dig garden, and that is about reducing the amount of damage and turnover that we do to the soil. So we're trying to keep all the insects, all the beneficial fungi, all the beneficial relationships that are hidden underneath the soil intact. Now, you might think, well, all I hear about is like no-dig and regenerative farming, and why has it suddenly become really important? It's become really important because only in the past 10 to 15 years have we got the equipment to be able to understand what's going on underneath our feet. So regenerative farming is about actively increasing soil health, and you do that by increasing biodiversity, the soil fertility, which helps with water retention and cleanliness, and also carbon sequestration. So what we will keep carbon into the soil, and then the plants, the shrubs and the trees will use that. So increasing soil health, again, we will increase the health of our food. No dig. That's scale neutral. This is something that we started with Angela's Garden. There's quite a lot of energy, isn't there, Angela, involved in setting up a no-dig garden?
Absolutely. Shall I run through what we did? Okay, so my garden, we've got a lawn that we wanted to use for veg. We took the top layer of grass off, and the soil was in really bad condition, loads of stones, very dry. When we spoke to Anda, we we're using sawdust.
Well, what did we do first?
We put down cardboard first.
Yeah.
Cardboard, no tape, no plastic bits on it, and so covered it in cardboard. We then put sawdust down to create paths, and we used a really good organic manure for the beds in the middle, and so we've got really lovely long beds through the garden. Tell me why we did that. Tell me why we put cardboard down.
It's a light excluding mulch. So instead of weeding and digging stuff up, we put cardboard down to exclude light to all the plants that were underneath it. So effectively, we're killing the green tops, but keeping the roots and all the beneficial bacteria that are attached to those roots intact so they can decompose slowly. I've got a great thing here that no dig is like a circular compost economy. And compost is a regenerative substance. It's not just fertiliser, so it's a circular feeding cycle, and that's what we've tried to set up in Angela's Garden.
But it's going to take a while to get to the really good, beneficial growing, isn't it? 3 years?
Yeah, we've started something that I think you will see the benefits in about 2 to 3 years.
Okay, so this year we've done a lot of the groundwork. We're starting to grow seedlings in the greenhouse. So when I put seedlings in this year, will they grow really well? What will happen next year to make it better?
So the cardboard will naturally compost down, but what we've got quite a lot. We've got a lot of compost on top of that, which will provide the substrate for all the plants to root into. The cardboard will also help keep moisture in, because if you leave cardboard outside in the recycling, it just gets all moist, doesn't it? So if you can imagine that there's going to be a water well for the plants to tap into as well.
Brilliant. And we've used sawdust for the paths, and we just use, so the sawdust has no MDF in it or anything like that. It's all 100% natural woods for the path areas as well, so nothing gets soaked into the soil.
So we're trying to make everything as efficient as possible. And also, if you might have heard the phrase farm to fork, we're making an incredibly short food chain for Angela's family. It's going from the front of their house straight through the front door to their garden.
Absolutely. And one of the reasons I really wanted some nutrient-dense foods is because generally foods that you buy from the supermarket have way less nutrients in, certainly than 40, 50 years ago. And there was a study actually that the government did between 1940 and 1991, and they tested vegetables, they tested fruit, they tested some meats and milk and dairy, and actually what came out is that the nutrients were way less in 1991 than they were in 1940, and something like zinc had a loss of 59%.
Blimey.
Yeah, in foods. So growing my own is really important, and then we can have as nutrient-dense food as possible. And that's really to help your system. So in plants, you get phytonutrients, you get things like all the different colours, all the smells, all those, think of lemons, all the smells, all the colours, all of those different colours are the different phytonutrients and chemicals that are really good for you. And they're a protective measure for the plant. And if you don't spray those plants with fertilisers or pesticides, they actually produce more because they need to protect themselves. So if you eat organic, those plants should be higher in nutrients than if they were non-organic.
So I helped with Angela's garden because I wanted help with my nutrition, and it felt quite daunting, but actually it's quite easy to change your diet. And a couple of things that you talked about was a rainbow plate.
Absolutely. It's really, really important. You can eat as many different colours as you can. And also, half of your plate needs to be veg or fruit, or salad when you're having food. So if you have half of your plate should be the veg or salad, maybe a quarter is your protein, or maybe your meat, and a quarter the carbohydrate. Just increasing your veg in that way will make a huge difference to your body. And I think you found that, haven't you, really? And also things like juices and smoothies if you make them yourself, so you can put quite a lot of veg in them. Soups, another way to get loads of veg into your diet is to have lots of soups that you make yourself. There's just all those different ways of getting it in.
Are you going to mention the word broth?
Well, that bone broth and things like that, and broths, so vegan or vegetarian broths are amazing for your immune system. They're really boosting, but they're also good in another way, aren't they?
Yes, so I was advised to make a broth every week and I'm vegetarian, so start off we use all peelings and you put them in the same pan and you cook them up, and then you have a cup of broth every day for a week. But what I noticed was my food waste was completely diminished, because if I cut off the end of a carrot tops, carrot bottoms, they went into the pan. Onion skins, they went into the pan. Garlic skins, they went into the pan. All the stuff that you think is paper and rubbish actually has still got nutrients in it, hasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And all your fruit and veg, the best thing, all the nutrients really live under the skin in a lot of the veg. So things like carrots, don't peel your carrots, give them a wash, but don't peel them, because all the apples, things like that, all the nutrients live under the skin. Even in your potatoes, if you peel your spuds, you're peeling away some of the nutrients. So try and keep the peel on if you can.
2021 as well is the UN Year of Fruit and Vegetables. I've shared that with Angela, but this is what the UN say, why it is the Year of Fruit and Vegetables. It's advocating healthy diets through increased consumption of fruits and vegetables, and promoting sustainable food systems that foster diversified, balanced and healthy diets, and also recognising the value of indigenous crops to food security, to nutrition, to livelihoods and the incomes of family farmers, especially small-scale family farmers. So brilliant, let's celebrate the UN Year of Fruit and Vegetables while we're thinking about restoring our earth as well.
And should we talk about short food chains?
Well, yes. My take on a short food chain is that it's got less energy involved. It's got shorter distances to travel.
Yep.
So things won't have been picked 2 weeks ago. They will. So if something is picked, the nutrients will get
Yep, they certainly
decrease.
won't be as absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
So we're thinking distance travelled. We're thinking also fuel used to transport food.
Yep.
So you want to make food as fresh and as healthy as possible.
Yep. So buying local always.
Yep. What happens if we don't have a garden and we can't grow our own?
Well, things like windowsills, window boxes, any amount of, pick and grow and pick and come again. What's it called with your salad
Cut and
leaves?
come again.
Cut and come again. Salad leaves are brilliant for your window box. Or even inside the house, you could do things like sprouted seeds, which are an amazing source of nutrients. Those little seeds, so you can even use sunflower seeds. And if you go online, you'll get some really good guides on how to sprout them. But it's dead easy. All you need is a jar. And you can do that on your windowsill. You don't even need a window box.
What about the cress you used to make when you were little?
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
So just those sprouting seeds, really nutritious.
So during lockdown, I had a go at sprouting coriander seeds. And when a seed sprouts, the seedling is quite small, and that's still got nutrients in it.
And it's loads of energy because it's got to grow into that bigger plant.
Right. It still tastes amazing because even though it's dense in nutrients, it's also dense in flavour.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. Things like broccoli seeds are really dense in nutrients and flavour, and alfalfa and radish. And those radishy ones have that nice peppery flavour. They're lovely.
With regards, we are going to share probably quite a lot of links, but we want to talk about also No Mow May, that if you have got a garden and you have got a lawn, there are things to help you increase the biodiversity of your homestead really like on a local level. You could add additional grass species, but also if you so there's a UK plant charity called Plant Life, and in May they're asking everybody to not mow their lawns, and on spring bank holiday they want you to get down on your hands and knees and count how many species you can find on your grass. So you could add additional grass species to increase your biodiversity. You could replace most of your lawn with edible plants and native flowers, and you could also turn it into a food forest. Did you used to keep bees?
I do keep bees.
You do keep
Still,
bees?
indeed I do, yeah, and they need all those lovely flowers. I also think Malvern conservators, I think they don't mow quite a lot of areas now to let it grow. I think it's really good.
So there's also another link we're going to share. The UK's honey population is insufficient to supply 1/3 of our agricultural demands for pollination. So it's even more important now than ever before to increase our biodiversity in our gardens. And there's a UK government thing called BUK 2030, which is going to provide training for beekeepers.
Great.
To help with pollinating insects, because we should, it's not only bees, is it, that helps pollinate insects? It's all sorts of insects.
Absolutely. I think we've nearly come up to time, Amanda. I think you've got an amazing quote.
Yeah. This is from an author called Robin Wall Kimmerer. And here's something to think about on Earth Day. People often ask, what one thing can I do to restore the relationship between land and people? Plant a garden. It's good for the health of the earth, and it's good for the health of people. A garden is a nursery for nurturing connection. The soil for cultivation of practical reverence. And its power goes far beyond the garden gate. Once you develop a relationship with even a little patch of earth, it becomes a seed itself.
Sustainability in a changing world. This will be an overview of our impacts on the planet and actions we can all take today. And as food is a significant part of the problem, we'll take a close look at that. And of course, if you're talking about food, we'll have to cover red meat. Who am I? I'm Dave Stanley, Chairman of Grimley Parish Council. But prior to that, I have been involved in environmental management and sustainability for some 30 years as Head of Environmental Management with the Environment Agency. I set up and developed their environmental policy, moved on from there, and I've done various sustainability reviews and appraisals for the Isle of Jersey government, Isle of Man, Cabinet Office, Marks and Spencer's, and a wide range of other organisations, and also been lecturing at various universities as well. So let's start then. Our impacts on our ecosystems and biodiversity. Man-made stuff, that's all the items that we produce by way of cars, computers, infrastructure, buildings and the like. In terms of mass, now outweighs, would you believe, the total mass of our ecosystems and biosphere. That's all the plants, trees and animals and fish on the planet. And in the last 50 years, 60% loss of total population of mammals, birds, fish and reptiles, and 70% loss of insects has taken place. That is loss and destruction of our planets and our life support system. In that respect, you might pause for thought on Genesis 6 verses 1 to 7. Our impacts on our soils. These 5 photographs here were all taken around Grimley. Top left is a typical intensive arable field, and as you can see, it hasn't been helped by cultivating it up and down, but as a consequence of the state of the soil, you have these gullies forming that have run the water down through the field and carried away the topsoil. Topsoil goes into the roads, and at the bottom left you can see it's almost half a metre deep. From there it then runs into the drains, into the River Severn, where it causes flooding, or is a significant factor in the flooding further down. And here you see the wagon wheel, the Camp House Hotel at Grimley. That flooding then goes down to Worcester, which is the bottom right photograph, and you can see the huge negative impacts it has there. But on a global basis, we've lost a third of our arable land due to erosion or pollution in the last 40 years. In the UK, we've lost 50% of the organic matter in our arable soils. The UK has been declared by Gove we're within 30 to 40 years away from eradication of our soil fertility. And it's worth bearing in mind that a 1% increase in organic carbon in our soils holds 3/4 of an inch or almost 2 centimetres of rain. Furthermore, the flood trends for Northwest Europe have increased 11% in each of the last 3 decades. And this is broadly consistent with climate model projections for the next century. This was produced by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency. So the trend for the future is more of the same. Our impacts on our atmosphere. Just so you realise how thin the atmosphere is, this is a photograph taken from Grimley through to the Malvern Hills. It is 10 miles away. That is 50,000 feet. At 10 miles high, man cannot survive without pressurised suits, heating and oxygen supply. 8 miles high is the maximum height that airliners are permitted to fly at. 6 miles high is Mount Everest, and 3.5 miles is the highest habitation in the world. To this, we then pour in all the pollution that arises from our generation of electricity, from heating our homes with various fossil fuels, all the emissions from our vehicles, and of course the burning of our incineration. So, how does this all operate? We have God's creation, the earth, consists of ecosystems which are essential for the running of the biosphere. Then man uses energy to extract resources to run the economy. The economy, food production, power generation, industry, transport, government, defence, services, clothing and fashion, and of course leisure, retail and consumption. This economic activity has huge negative impacts. It disrupts the carbon and nitrogen cycle. There's ecosystem biodiversity loss, loss of land, soil degradation, water air pollution, acidification of soils, waters and seas. There's health and hunger, ozone depletion, and of course the climate crisis. But you can see that the climate crisis is just one of these wide range of negative impacts. All these negative impacts then come back to bite us through loss and degradation of our ecosystems. And it's worth bearing in mind that agriculture and food both contribute to these major impacts and are negatively affected by those impacts. So what's the solution? Well, quite simply, as you can see, as we build up that picture, energy and fossil fuel reduction will deliver a reduction in most of those impacts. An important point to note is that climate change crisis is not caused by greenhouse gases. The cause of the climate change, according to NASA, and here we have it straight off the Met Office site, is clear. It says the main cause of climate change is burning fossil fuels such as oil, gas and coal, and when burnt, fossil fuels then release additional carbon dioxide into the air, causing the planet to heat up. So let's have a look at how that arises in a bit more detail. Go back to 1850. We had the ecosystems that were supporting the planet, the oceans, forests, grasslands and soils. They were cycling a wide range of greenhouse gases, including water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide. Carbon dioxide levels in those days was 280 parts per million. Our atmosphere was stable, and this resulted in the greenhouse effect, which gives us a 30-degree increase in temperature over what we'd have had otherwise, and of course makes it a very pleasant place to live. But in the last 150 years, man has extracted additional hydrocarbons from the crust, oil, coal and gas, to provide the energy for the economy, and of course our fossil fuel intensive degenerative agricultural systems. As a result of that, these additional anthropogenic gases has resulted in the carbon dioxide levels rising to 415 parts per million. Our atmosphere has become unstable, and this is the climate crisis. So the cause then is the burning of fossil fuels and use of fossil fuels to support our economic system, our linear economic system, which runs on an extract, use, dump basis. And we are told by the economists that the faster we extract, use, dump, the better off we are. So the effect then is the release of those gases, and the impact is the climate crisis. However, by focusing the arguments around greenhouse gases, it allows people to be confused and diverted into thinking that the fossil fuel emissions and those greenhouse gases associated with ecosystems are the same. So we result in the nonsense, for instance, it states that livestock, for instance, has caused more carbon dioxide to be released into the atmosphere than all the world's transport. The reality is that the solution lies with fossil fuel reduction to zero and reverting to solar photosynthesis as a source of our energy and regenerative farming. So we've all been well aware of the climate crisis now for at least 30 years. And what's been happening on the fossil fuel front? Well, you can see from this slide from our world in data, it has just continued to rise over that whole period. And despite the pandemic of last year, fossil fuel consumption on a global basis was 2% higher than the year before. And in terms of our action by our government, our UK foreign aid for support of fossil fuel energy projects has increased 11-fold in that year, from 183 million to over 2 billion in 2019. The government's support for renewable energy projects overseas fell from 69 to 46 million. Global warming is happening. This slide here shows what's happened over the last 50, 60 years. And in southern England, there has been a 0.7 degrees centigrade increase in temperatures. So, global warming, what's been done about it? Our government's been fully aware for the last 30 years. So why the sudden crisis that has been declared and the panic that has gone with it, or apparent panic? Well, basically what happened was, at the COP24 talks in 2018, IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change, admitted that it got its numbers wrong. They were working on models that would have permitted a 2 degrees centigrade rise in global temperatures, and they've now admitted that 1.5 is as much as the planet can take. The result of that is, though, that we must now reduce our fossil fuel use by 50% by 2030. Otherwise, we're into space-age solutions called geoengineering, mirrors in space, sulfates in the atmosphere, iron filings in the sea, and so on. Here's the closing words, though, from Ban Ki-moon on the subject of geoengineering. And I agree that our main collective priority must still be to cut emissions, end the use of fossil fuels, and promote a zero carbon, climate resilient and people-centred system. So what can we as individuals do about it? In respect of our transport, energy reduction, the most obvious one, the biggest single impact that we can have as individuals is stop or minimise our flying. It has a huge disproportionate impact. It goes further than the use of fossil fuels due to the water vapour also emitted. Let the train take the strain. It's the most efficient form of transport, and yes, I know there's problems with the pandemic, but as soon as we can get back to using trains, and for that matter, buses, we have an increase in efficiency, less pollution and congestion. In respect of continue to drive our cars, drive smoothly, reduce the weight of the vehicle as much as possible, and a simple point there, that a reduction in speed by 10 miles an hour from 70 to 60 or 60 to 50 saves 10% of your fuel. And last, of course, but not least, walk, bike, reduce your weight and produce health benefits. How about energy reduction in our homes? Well, the most obvious step to take is to reduce the temperatures. Despite all the insulation that's gone on, all that's actually happened is people have taken these efficiency measures as an increase in temperature in the home and not reduce their energy over that period. So reduce by 2 to 4 degrees, put a pullover on. Turn the heating off at bedtime and when you go out to work during the day. Heat only the occupied rooms, and for the remainder, fit radiator valves which allow you to vary the temperature throughout each of the rooms. Fitting LED bulbs throughout, that saves 80% on your lighting bills. In terms of the energy sources for our homes, go to a green energy supplier that supplies 100% renewable electricity. It is not an increase in cost to you. This is from the Which magazine, and you'll see that the costs from a green energy supplier is fully competitive with that from a fossil fuel sourced electricity supplier. Other steps you might make: install photovoltaic panels on your roofs. For an investment of about £5,000 to £6,000, you can put a 4 kilowatt system on your roof. The payback on that is 15 years at about 6% per annum, which is far better than the banks will give you. There are issues to watch though, of course, an installation orientation and smart export guarantee, but take a look into that. Then food. Let's have a quick skip through the problem with our broken food system. Global population is set to increase by 2 billion by 2050. UK population up 10 million. Ever rising energy and water intensity and nitrate use. 40% of all grain is fed to animals, and 80% of all antibiotics is fed to animals. In the last 100 years, 1 billion acres of farmland has been abandoned, and 35% ecosystems lost and the remainder significantly degraded. In the UK, last 50 years, soil organic carbon, that's the bit that's essential for growth, 50% loss in our arable land. Farmland birds and biodiversity decreased by 50%. And at the end of that, we waste 40% of the food that comes from that system. Nutrients. Trace elements have declined in most of our food. Since the 1950s, when the doctor would say an apple a day will keep him away, we now require 3 apples for some of those nutrients and trace elements to be supplied. We've got the UK food-related diseases of obesity, diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Overconsumption. UK is the fat man of Europe. 62% are obese or overweight through consuming 250 calories per day. We're only 61% in self-sufficient in food, and that's declining. And then we have the myth of the efficiency of our food system in terms of its production and sustainable intensification, which argues for let's continue the way we are, just do it harder on less land. Food is seen as a commodity, something for agribusiness and supermarkets. Yet actually it's essential for our well-being, and also in that respect that it needs to be real equity in terms of farm incomes and compared with what happens further up the food chain. Food policy, basically a lack of it. And if we can't provide the food in our company, the government line is, well, we'll just import it from overseas. In terms of energy, the energy-intensive food production. In 1940, it took 1 calorie of fossil fuels in to produce 2.3 calories of food out. Today, we put 10 calories of fossil fuel energy in to get 1 calorie of food out. That is a reduction of 95% efficiency when measuring food production by the energy that goes in. So how does this occur? Our food chain is energy intensive and very high in emitting greenhouse gases. Ploughing. Ploughing releases further carbon dioxide into the atmosphere from the soils. It results in a loss of methanotrophs, which are bacteria in the soil that eat the methane. The application of nitrate fertilizers results in more carbon dioxide in its production, and nitrous oxide, a very powerful gas, is then released. Then we've got the food loss. 40% of all the grain is fed to animals. We have intensive livestock rearing with huge emissions of methane gas, and similarly with the slurry that arises from that. As I've already mentioned, then that 40% waste in the food that we produce. The food then goes to landfill, where more methane comes off, or it goes to the sewage works, and then more methane and nitrous oxide. Some of the sewage does go to land and is returned to the soil. And then right at the end there, we've got the incineration of our food, which results in more carbon dioxide. To all that, you can add all the energy that's associated with our transport systems to supply the food. So what's happened in Europe is that over the last 15 years, 5.5 million hectares of pasture has been ploughed up, largely for grain for cattle, pigs and poultry and biofuels. This has resulted in 250 tonnes loss of carbon dioxide per hectare, which is to double the UK annual emissions of greenhouse gases. Basically then, overproduction of grain is, query, the real problem. Intensive agriculture, as I've highlighted, results in the degradation and loss of organic matter, the loss of soil and desertification, which is taking place in southern Europe, and also intensive agriculture is very reliant on irrigation. In respect to the UK, it takes 10% of our water supply and globally it's 70%, which is extracted from rapidly declining aquifers. The costs associated with the arising flooding, 1.34 billion costs from agriculture each year in terms of sorting the water system out as a consequence. Biodiversity and soil loss. At the bottom, we've lost 50% of our organic matter, and at the top of the food chain, 50% of the wildlife that goes with it. So the obvious question is the loss of organic matter connected to the loss of biodiversity at the top? Then we've got the problem of invasive species which are to be found on our own River Severn. Japanese knotweed, Himalayan balsam and giant hogweed. They all turn around and totally dominate our riverside ecosystems and smother everything else. Red meat bad, white meat less bad, and vegan good. Well, a report came out that highlighted that rearing cattle produces more greenhouse gases than driving all the cars in the world. Recently, from The Guardian, avoiding meat and dairy is the single biggest way to reduce your impact on the planet. Let's take a look at that. The basis of this argument is the methane myth that cows are responsible for climate change. Methane actually is only in the atmosphere for some 10 years when it breaks down over that period to carbon dioxide, and then it's recycled around the natural carbon system back into the grass and into the animals. The situation is that if you have a stable number of livestock, cattle, ruminants there, then they have no impact on global warming. You might contrast that with the ongoing and additional carbon emissions from fossil fuels, which will remain in the atmosphere and continue warming it or heating it for another 500 to 1,000 years. Quick comparison then between grain production and also beef and sheep. On the left, you have pasture-fed livestock. Only inputs are natural capital, sun, photosynthesis, soil, grassland, and of course the grazing sheep. And the outputs from that, biodiversity, carbon dioxide being sequestrated to soil, high animal welfare, a mitigation of flood and drought, and of course healthy food. Contrast that with intensive arable, fossil fuels and oil gas in, forest clearance, wetland drainage, ploughing and grassland, nitrate fertilizers. And the outputs from that? To supply the pork, chicken, beef, slurry, nutrient-deficient meat with a loss of biodiversity and soil, water pollution, flooding and climate warming emissions. In terms of the total energy, an intensive reared steer requires 230 gallons of fossil fuels if it is grain-fed, and I've measured it myself. One that is grass-fed only requires 25 gallons per steer, and most of that is taken in transporting the steer to and from abattoirs, which are all too frequently too far away. So how are we going to tackle it? The answer is working with nature's carbon cycle. Basically, we need to start feeding the soil with organic matter, not the plant with chemicals from fossil fuels. We need to work with nature's carbon cycle, powered by photosynthesis. In terms of the carbon cycle, it's worth noting that the total mass of carbon in the planet's soils equals that of all the carbon that's in the planet's biomass, its atmosphere, and the surface of the oceans combined. So if one is looking to tackle the whole issue of carbon management, to look at the atmosphere is highly questionable. We should be seeking to manage the soil and this carbon that's associated with it. That is the quickest and most beneficial way of achieving progress. In terms of production systems that achieve carbon drawdown, agroecology and regenerative farming methods include market gardens, inter and multi-cropping of crops, cover cropping to make sure that our soils are never bare, Silviculture, management of woodlands there where again you can introduce livestock. Agroforestry, combining trees with arable systems. Grassland and ruminants are very important for that carbon drawdown, and a return to mixed or rotational farming that involve livestock. And finally there's BM, biologically enhanced agricultural management. But what about productivity? If we switch away from, say, intensive grain systems, well, it's worth noting that the yields from an orchard of apples produces 2 times the number of calories that you get out of a hectare going down the grain route, plus the fact you then get the undergrazing by livestock and all the biodiversity benefits. Final point to make on this is the fastest sequestration rate of carbon back into the soils is achieved by grassland and ruminants. So, benefits of reinstating increasing soil organic matter and fossil fuel reduction. It results in sequestration of carbon, mitigates climate change with no capital costs and no regrets, increases soil fertility, increases yields, increases food production resilience, increases biodiversity, it's a buffer against drought and reduces flooding, improves animal health, and not least, of course, it improves the quality of our food and human health. It is socially equitable and supports the local economy. It's a win-win-win all round. So what's our role then as individuals, citizens, companies, schools, hospitals and the government sector and local authorities? First and foremost, eliminate our food waste. When purchasing or specifying for the procurement of food, buy food that is fresh. This reduces the fossil fuel requirement for refrigeration, transportation, processing, preservatives and packaging. Buy local, again, reduces transport, increases the accountability for our landscapes and pollution impacts, increases the opportunity for closing the carbon cycle by putting the organic matter back into our soils. Buy seasonal food, where you get another fossil fuel reduction for by not resorting to out of season and forced growing. Organic, not necessarily certified, but the non-use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides gives rise to a reduction in fossil fuel intensive fertilizer production, pesticides and reduced antibiotics. And in respect of beef, lamb, dairy and meat, ensure it's 100% pasture fed and grain free. And the benefits to our own health in terms of nutritious food, the NHS budget, flood defence costs and the balance of payments goes without saying. And of course, we're supporting our local economy. So, beware single issue environmentalism. In this instance, we're talking about greenhouse gases and carbon footprinting. We should be seeking holistic solutions, a fossil fuel reduction to zero and ecosystem reinstatement, that is our life support systems, through agroecology and regenerative farming. Our future in a changing world. I think you get the drift that there's a lot of rhetoric from the government and not a lot of action. But our little bit times 60 million could amount to a huge amount, and a bit of recycling won't cut it.
Hello there. My name is Brian Harpert. I'm from Transition Malvern Hills and various other groups that are involved in the whole eco endeavour. And I want to first of all start off with a slide that shows the Transition Malvern Hills group, the type of activities they do. And then I'm going to cover two topics, one to save the energy in your home, and the other one what you can do with saving energy on heritage gas lighting. And there's something about a dog at the end. So, we're ready to run? Okay. Transition Malvern Hills has been here in Malvern for around about 12 years. And it's sponsored a great deal of activity, this type of activity, as you can see from the chart. And a lot of things have jumped out of Transition Malvern Hills, including things like the repair cafe, etc. It's still operating, very active, and all the projects that I'm going to talk about have come out of the Transition Malvern group. And whiz on. One of those is the Malvern Hills Car Club, where you can go and effectively get easy access to a car so as you don't need to have your own car. I'm a member of it, it works really well. And coming on top of that is the electric bike loan scheme, which is about to start as well, which basically takes the Malvern Hills and makes them flat, so you can get from one to the other with no trouble. Now, the first real presentation. There's a slide there with the name Energy Tracers on it. That is what it's called, and it's home energy saving by thermal imaging. And it's the first thing you do if you're going to do any savings and retrofitting of your house. Now in the world we have got a big problem because we've got to save the planet, because basically it's getting hot and melting. And you can see here that we exist because the world is heating up and now has a 1 degree temperature rise, as you see on this slide. To avoid 4 degrees temperature rise, we have to be very, very careful. Energy reduction is needed now, and one of the big problems is 1/3 of the energy use in the UK is in buildings. Now, in buildings, housing ownership is a major difficulty to address. You've got here, from this segment, you see that the housing side is 25% are over 100 years old, 62 were built before 65, 31 are semi-detached. You can see all that data for yourselves. Now, a few years ago while I was pondering, and I do a lot of that, this situation, I realised my 40-year career in thermal imaging, which started as a defence scientist here in Malvern at the old RSRE, which then later on became Kinetic. And it showed that thermal imaging found faults and stimulated immediate action to fix them. So why not use it to inspect our houses? And the reason is because so few houses, in fact, are thermal imaged. It's because the reasons are because it's expensive. You've got a typical cost of £500. There are few building competent thermographers. Must do an internal surveys, but owners are resistant to profit-hungry companies coming in to invade their domain. And of course, a lot of people just don't want anybody in their house. That's what we call the "my castle is my house," or "my house is my castle." So here's the solution that was dreamt up in 2009. Is that it would be good if we could get the kit very cheap, the equipment to do it with, under £1,000. The survey had to be very fast, 2 hours. Internal survey of all surfaces, gather ground truth, no post-survey report, low-cost training of surveyors, and the whole idea that you are invited in by a trusted not-for-profit community approach. This concept was trialled in Yelm and then Malvern, a long time ago, 2010, and over a period of 3 years, we actually developed it into a very high level of sophistication and proved that it all functioned. And it was supported by a grant from the Malvern Hills Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty as well, which has actually supported everything I'm about to show you anyway. And as a result of doing these surveys, we had excellent feedback from the householders who were checked over, phoned up about 2 months ago, and 65% had already acted because they had seen what was happening in their houses and straight away went on to draft proofing and other things. And when we went back a year later, 90% had already acted, which is phenomenally good stimulus for people to do things. As a result of that, we formed it into a community interest company called Energy Tracers. In order to spread it out to Malvern, we got no interest from the local councils here. The district council didn't think it was sensible for them to be involved in anything to do with saving people's energy. We took it across the countryside and ran into this project called the Cheese Project in Bristol. And here are the founders, 3 very interesting people who wanted to do thermal imaging in buildings in Bristol. One of them is an ex-TV producer from the BBC Natural History Unit, a software engineer, and a very good community outreach person, Dave Tudgy. And with that, they were inspired by this map, which is a map of the fuel poverty within Bristol. And the areas that are in the pink area, those are the ones where, in order to be warm, people cannot eat. Now, at the time, the problem was the equipment's so expensive, but this device was just coming available, a thermal imager that plugged into an iPhone. I have one here, as you can see. Point it that way. There's the thermal camera on that side. And we managed to get hold of one of the very first ones of them brought into the company, into the country. And obviously, Energy Tracers in Malvern started to collaborate with all the work down there, and we went into it together. And we used the thermal camera to get external shots initially, and then went on to do outreach through community fairs and so on, in order to recruit people to have the service done. And that is what the equipment eventually ended up looking like. There's myself and Jeremy working on the software. We developed special software for it. And then that's it on the front of the screen. And I introduced my very low-cost blower door. It sucks out air from the building and then allows you to see the drafts that come rushing in from that. And I set up a training course. There were 8 people being trained in order to do this, and no previous qualifications required. We can take a housewife and turn her into an energy tracer. And here's another lady being trained by me. This is down in Bristol again. And that's the whole team that were involved in that year of training. And it works like this. You have a camera held by the energy tracer, and the householder gets a video picture sent to a little pad to them, which then means they can see what's happening. They are part of the survey. And here you can see a disaster. No, it's not the cat, it's this. It's all the wasted heat coming underneath through the gaps from the underfloor heating. A very bad idea to do to a conservatory. And here are the problems with windows, where you see drafts running around the outside of them, and the frame not being sealed to the brickwork, etc. Up to 30 or even 40% of heat loss on our domestic houses in the UK is due to infiltration, or as drafts, as everybody calls them, and poor ventilation. This is missing cavity wall insulation, you can see, which is in the top right-hand corner, where it has not got up, and there's a very cold area on that wall. That would be giving a lot of mould on that in the wintertime. And here you see what's going on buried within the building. There is this big problem with plasterboard, which is put on in dot and dab way, and it allows air to flow behind it. And here you can see, with the use of our blower door, a huge amount of air infiltrating into a house over the hill in Coldwell. And this is a national scandal. 2 million houses in the UK have been built like this since the late 1970s, and it's not been took seriously either by the academics, the industry, or whatever, and there's no easy fix to it either. You're effectively living in a plasterboard tent when the wind blows. The survey, the energy trace, is recorded onto a data stick, which we leave with the household. We also have here an energy pack, which is left with people so as they can monitor their energy going onwards. And finally, University of West England have done every year in the 4 years down in Bristol, they have contacted people to find out how many people have done what to their house, and it's a phenomenal response. Up to 80-90% people in over the course of 1 year have done something, and nearly everybody's intending to do things. And there's the testimonials, rather nice. We won a Community Energy Award for the whole process in 2018. And here's the future stuff. We are doing our own camera ourselves, new camera being developed, which is coming into use this year. This is Thermoman, which I've put together, where the whole thing can be got from around on an electric bicycle to avoid parking cars and all the rest of it. Oh, and we've won 2 more awards as well there, including the big one at Future Build. And we're also doing another project, which is to train DIY people to get in and fill the gap in retrofit. And we're now starting to expand it by franchising it out of Bristol, and indeed it's coming back into Worcestershire later this autumn time. So you'll see quite a bit of publicity about that, and we want to be out in your houses this coming winter, just in time for everybody to have been vaccinated. Okay, well that's the cover on the thermal imaging side of things. Now what we need to do is to just nip to a different presentation, which I have to go and get hold of, right, which will be down here, and here we go. All right, just click a couple of other items to make it happen from the beginning. There we go. Right, hope you've all got that. Right, marvellous. I'd like to know why you aren't all out in the lovely sunshine rather than sitting at home staring at me. So, interesting title, Using Gaslight to Tackle the International Dog Poo Problem. You probably didn't realise there was an international dog poo problem, but it's actually horrendously large. I must watch my language carefully. This is the team who've been working on it, and it comes out of this. What is driving me is that I was born at the time of gaslighting. That is me in 1951. I'm the little one on the tricycle on the right-hand side. And at that time, virtually the whole of the UK was lit by gaslight. And I was brought up on a farm at Bromyard, brilliant night skies, Milky Way and all the rest of it. Sodium lighting, and now LED has destroyed that for our children to see. But it drives me very much on this project. Quick thing a bit about gaslighting. It's just a flame burning that gives out light. That was the initial one there. Very friendly, very good for us psychologically. First used in the Industrial Revolution, in cotton mills and all those other things, so people could work at night. And that was done by the Watt and Bolton with their engineer McMurdo. They set fire to a lot of mills with this, but it was still economically viable. And then, middle of the Napoleonic War, we started to light streets with this. This is the Pall Mall here, done by a German emigre, Mr. Winkler. And then by the middle of the Victorian times, we got up into Edinburgh. The whole country was it. And Britain was spreading gaslight around the world through the empire. And by the time we got to later Victorian times, ordinary flame gaslights was at its zenith. This is the Camberwell lantern. We've got 5 of these, by the way. And then here we had the invention of the mantle in 1895, which gave 4 times as much light out of it and allowed us then to really get the lighting working properly to deal with the motor car, which was now coming around at night and crashing into things. And the important thing was to get the light on the road and use reflectors to beam it off sideways down the road. Now, later on, sodium light was invented, and that came in during the 1950s, and this slide shows you what's going on with the electric sodium light replacing the gas light. And this is where sky glow light pollution comes in, and it's really the elephant in the room. The lighting industry and the lighting engineers have tried to ignore it until relatively recently. And obviously gaslight died, or did it? In fact, it reached near death, but there is still a lot of it around. There's 50,000 gaslights in Germany. We have about 2,000 of them, and importantly, in Malvern we've got 104. And with austerity biting in 2010, it looked like they were going to have to be turned off. And Transition Malvern Hills formed the Transition Gasketeers and went in to sort those lights out, because they were very famous because of Narnia and so on in Malvern. And here is a thermal image of a gas light showing how hot they get and the wasted energy. And this is our survey of the Malvern gas lights, showing that only 2 out of 100 were really working properly. They're in a terrible bad way. And we formed a team called the Gasketeers in order to sort this out. And one of our team is the world's expert on light pollution, Dr. Chris Badley, who's another ex-RRE people who lives over at Mayton. And we followed his guidance on the design of the improved lanterns that we retrofitted into that. And we stopped the light going up into the sky, and we made sure it came down onto the road. And if it's done properly, and this is the Ledbury Road going over the common there, and that is lit to S4 standard lighting with all the gaps in the middle filled in. We had a big gas consumption reduction of 70%, which saved the carbon footprint, and the cost was dropped by 80%, down to only £150 per lantern per year, which now means people don't want to get rid of the gas lights. In fact, they want more of them. It gave us a lot of publicity, and there is one of our key members, Lynn Jones, who's the world's only qualified female gas lamp technician. But now we are making electrically powered gas lights. One of these is electric, and I've forgotten which one it is, but they look identical. We have 6 of these up with the district council, and then we have 8 at the railway station here, Great Malvern Station there, which have been up there for 6 years. And we've got electric over in Nottingham, next to the castle there. And here we show you high-tech setting up of it with a long-range camera, putting a picture back to a VR headset and allowing adjustment of the reflectors now, because you can see what they look like from down the road. We're doing big work in Bristol. And again, this is a road, Kingsdown Parade, that's lit with 9 of our gas lights. We manufacture them as well now. And coming along now is a wireless monitoring and diagnosis system, so they're connected to us back through from the internet. But it was at this time that biogas was mentioned by one of our team, by Lynn. Couldn't we make them run on biogas? And the answer was no, there wasn't enough of it around. But we did go on the internet and found some group of students at MIT in the States had made a biogas digester out of welding together 2 oil drums, stuck a gas lamp on it and put it into a dog park, and found they could light a gas lamp. They were paid to do it as an art installation, which is a very interesting way of getting your funds. So we then went down this route 3 or 4 years later with a grant from the AONB, who came back and said, you know that thing you talked about 3 years ago, we got a little bit of money, can we buy a biodigester? And that's what we did, and this is what has become now the K9 Bio Lantern system. And you can see there a gas lantern connected to a tiny biodigester. That was run in secret at my laboratory up on the hills, right by where we have problems with dog poos and so on. We've got 700,000 tonnes of dog poo produced per year in the UK. If you can make it do something useful, right, then people will want to not leave it on the ground as a waste product. And our way of getting people to pick up the dog poo is for them to see you can use it to make something to provide light with. And that bit of psychology really works well. And this whole system that we put together over the course of of 3 years. A lot of R&D and scientific work went on that, a lot of biology, a lot of chemistry. I felt like I was back at school. Allowed us to sort it all out to make sure it really worked well just on dog poo. And now we're looking for the pioneers and early adopters because it's actually moved into production. We've done lots of things with it. No end of people. We put it out to the public to use. They had everybody was wondering what it was. And then we were overwhelmed when it got into an article in The Guardian and the BBC as well. And all over the world, we have discovered that dog poo is the biggest complaint to councils and local press and radio stations. This is the dog walker who comes all the way from Worcester with 6 dogs, and we had to widen the pathway to allow it to make use of the system. And we've tested it in very harsh environments there, 1 foot of snow, minus 10 degrees centigrade, so it's all right for Canada. And we have different sizes for different amounts of dog poo to deal with. And we've even got a mobile system. This went all the way up to Dunbar to take part in a BBC documentary, The Secret Life of Landfill, because this stops methane being generated in landfill. We want the methane because it lights the light. This has now been production engineered into a complete turnkey package consisting of a site survey, a design, and then quotation. Hopefully an order comes out at manufacture, delivery, installation, commissioning, and a maintenance contract including local training. And that is now launched out onto the world. COVID has intervened, obviously, but we're just about to start our first production run of that going into use. And they are going overseas. It would be nice to have them in Malvern, but we're not getting much traction out of the Malvern authorities, despite the fact we've got 10 miles of hillside with a high population of dogs making use of it. Now, that's really the gas lamp presentation. I've got 2 little demonstrations to show you here. This is a gas lamp of the type in Malvern, which is an interesting demonstration because what we are doing here is, I've just flicked it up, you can hear the gas come in, you can hear the spark ignition working and so on. And in about 30 seconds or so, that one will actually be working with it. The important thing about it is that this is running off electricity. This is the 230 volts going into it. And we have got about 20 of these are now up in Malvern. There are 7 going into Bristol. And as you can see, it is a gas light. People cannot tell the difference. And then most recently here, on this particular side, if I can get this lifted up onto the table. I don't know whether that is in shot. Yes, there you go. Oh, the wonders. Right. This is a new design that we have done, a globe lantern, which is also a runner as well, and is also particularly high brightness system, which is designed to there is something called a switch here, I believe. Hopefully that will go. There we go, spark generator up as well. And we are hoping that this goes on to the platform of Malvern Link railway station. Ourselves and the Civic Society want to see that happen, but we have to jump through many annoying hurdles to enable that to come through. But I think that really takes us to the end of the presentation. That will be up in about another 10 seconds from it. And if you ever want to come and see us working and so on, do stop and have a talk to us if we're up a lamppost. We're called the Transition Gasketeers. That's our other name.
Hello and welcome to a debate that we're having today about the environmental impact of veganism versus meat production. Now, we have with us today Mike Newnham, who is 10 years a vegan, and he is a materials engineer, and he will be putting the argument for veganism. He will speak first for about 5 minutes, and then we will go to our other speaker here, who is Dave Stanley. He has been a sustainability and environmental advisor for the past 30 years. He's been an environmental manager for the Environmental Agency and has been independent for the past 20 years. He has conducted environmental reviews for Jersey, the Isle of Man, for governments, for the Cabinet Office, for M&S, and he's lectured in various universities. He is the Fellow of the Institute of Environmental Management and Director of the Pasture-Fed Livestock Association, and he is a beef farmer. So he will then take on the debate after Mike has spoken for 5 minutes. So take it away, Mike, and enjoy the debate.
Hi everybody, happy Earth Day. Okay, so a few difficult facts I think to take into account. So 96% of the land mammals on this planet are either us or the animals we eat. So do the maths, that leaves 4% wild animals. And it's a similar story for birds. 70% of birds are poultry and only 30% are wild birds. So that should be staggering and shocking to anybody. World Wildlife Fund, they monitor the land mammals over time. They've been doing it since 2010, and we're losing wildlife at a rate of 3% per year. So if you do the maths on that, 3% per year, that means we get to 0 animals by 2026. It's difficult to imagine. I mean, how do you tell your children that there are not any wild animals anymore? And it's just, I mean, it's heartbreaking. So what is the good of all of us driving around in Teslas, having perfectly insulated homes, getting all our energy from renewables, if there aren't any more animals? I mean, if there aren't any more animals, there aren't any more us. So what's driving that? So why are we in that situation? And the simple answer, really, is primarily habitat loss. So nearly half of the planet, 43%, is either used for grazing animals or for feeding those animals that graze. Only 9% of the land is available for wild animals. So 9% of the land mass on the planet is for wild animals. That's all. We talk about overpopulation, but only 1% is actually used for urban requirements, so cities and roads and so on. 6% of the land is crops for us, 6% for biofuels, and 22% of the land is for logging. But nearly half of the planet is given over for grazing animals. So what's driving habitat loss? Well, in simple terms, it comes down to our shopping baskets. You know, it's that simple. What we choose to eat has a profound effect on the world that we live in. And, you know, that's, on the one hand, deeply depressing, because how did we get into this state? And on the other hand, it's hugely exciting, because it means you don't need governments, you don't need international treaties or COPs or none of that stuff. Ever since the first climate conference in Rio, we've known what the situation is, and it's never ever got better. So governments haven't really helped. We've not been able to tackle the problem top down, but we can tackle it bottom up, because all you need is your shopping basket. What you put in your shopping basket will have a profound effect. And so, you know, the control is really with us. So we all have to eat. And, you know, most of us are lucky enough to be able to make that decision 3 times a day. And, you know, we choose the milk in our tea, we choose the butter on our toast, the sandwich at work, the family meal. chocolate bars, biscuits, cakes, you can all choose a vegan options for all of that. And we just have to choose. And if you make that choice, it doesn't just stop the wild animal sort of depopulation. It actually reverses climate change. Because if you're not using that space, that 35%, 43% landmass for animal grazing, you can let that just go back to nature and that will sequester the carbon. You know, so the calculations done by University of Washington say that that's over 200 gigatons will be sequestered just back into the land if you just let it be. And that reverses climate change. It heals the planet. You know, none of our governments are talking about that, about actually reversing it and healing the planet. You wouldn't go to a doctor with a fever and he says, oh, well, I can stop it going up 2 degrees. You wouldn't accept that. It's not good enough. So we can reverse climate change. Quick word on methane as well, as we're talking about animal agriculture. Methane is grossly underestimated. So we calculated over a 100-year time scale when really, you know, the climate scientists are saying we've only got 10 years before we reach a tipping point. So we should be calculating over that 10-year period. And in which case, it's a more powerful greenhouse gas than CO2, and it goes from 30 times worse than CO2 to 130 times CO2 if you take that 10-year time frame. The other thing about CO2 is the fossil fuel emissions come with aerosols, and those aerosols have a cooling effect. So we've got the heating effect of the CO2, the cooling effect of the aerosols. If you stopped fossil fuels tomorrow, then the aerosols would disappear, but global temperatures would rise. So we need to go vegan.
Well, thank you for that, Mike. You've raised some very interesting points there. I think we can both agree that a significant problem in terms of the planet is ecosystem degradation and loss. And one of the biggest ones there, obviously, is in respect of deforestation. Mm-hmm. And basically, deforestation is down to 4 primary causes: beef, soya, palm oil, and pulp. Beef is just one of those 4 factors, so I'm not quite sure how you feel that sorting your shopping basket out and just picking on beef or meat for that matter will actually address this. But the main point to hoist aboard is that all the degradation that has been taking place and the changes to the atmosphere and the resulting global warming have only been possible as a result of the burning of fossil fuels. So quite frankly, I was a little surprised to hear that you suggest that the fossil fuel aerosols, which do exist, I must admit there, and they do have a global cooling effect, but it is minor in comparison to the fossil fuel emissions of further methane and carbon dioxide. In respect of your point about the time period for greenhouse gases, you selected a 10-year one, making the point that we haven't got 100 years, which is the way that the IPCC choose to do their calculations. And on that basis, methane over a 10-year period has no global warming effect whatsoever. The half-life of methane in the atmosphere is some 10 to 12 years, i.e. at the end of that period, it has disappeared. It's disappeared by breaking back down to carbon dioxide. That carbon dioxide then goes back into the atmosphere where photosynthesis takes it back into the plants in the soil there, eaten, and also carbon into the soils, I might add, is eaten by animals and ourselves directly, and then it goes around the loop itself. So methane as such, providing the total stock levels on the planet of ruminants stays the same, has no impact on climate change whatsoever. I mean, the point you made about the food basket, I think in terms of fossil fuels there, the biggest impact you can have is by selecting how and where your food is produced. And if you go down the local route, you significantly reduce the use of fossil fuels associated with all the transportation and flying indeed of the food to the UK and the shipping that goes with it. If you go down the seasonal route, it further reduces fossil fuel use in terms of the heating of greenhouses and expanding the season. And if you go in terms of organic farming, i.e. produced without the use, or primarily without the use of fossil fuels, particularly nitrate fertilizers, which has a huge impact, both in terms of the nitrous oxide, a very powerful greenhouse gas that's emitted, and also the carbon dioxide that results from the burning of fossil, or the use of fossil fuels. And the final one is that if you go down the route of pasture-fed cattle there, which are grain-free, they actually result in rapid sequestration of carbon back into the soils. The quickest way of getting carbon out of the atmosphere back into the soils is through grazing livestock, provided they are not fed with grain.
Okay, so those were some very interesting introductory comments. So I will take it back to Mike now. I'm particularly interested in what he thinks about the local aspect. For example, to get enough fats in your diet. I'm automatically thinking of things like avocados and nuts that I'm not quite sure how much of that type of food is easy to source in Britain. And going local is a very important environmental aspect. So I'm going to take it back to Mike, and he can address all the other points that Dave made.
Okay, so I didn't catch everything that you were saying. I mean, there are a few things that I did catch. So you say that methane has no impact. I'm just bemused by that. You know, it's a more powerful greenhouse gas than CO2. And the way you measure it in terms of CO2, you have a CO2 equivalent. And the CO2 equivalent of methane, if you take it over a 100-year time frame, is 30 times worse than CO2, because, as you say, it breaks down in 8, 10, 12 years from methane into CO2. If you take its instantaneous impact, then as methane molecule, it's 130 times worse. And that methane, so methane is not going down. You know, so methane has been just steadily increasing because meat production is increasing steadily. In fact, people are, they're predicting a 70% increase in meat for between now and 2050 globally. So it can't go down if you continue to eat meat. In terms of local, I mean, I agree, local's got to be better. I don't know a lot about that, but there are places where, the climate is such that it would be better to grow in a particular climate, and maybe the net carbon impact of growing in, let's say, Peru or Kenya or Tanzania, where there's, perhaps not, it's labor intensive and not machinery intensive, could be, net benefit. I don't know. But I mean, generally, as a general principle, local is fine. I agree with that. Organic pasture fed, there's some impact of the grass, in terms of sequestration, but really it would be better to have a biodiverse land without the cattle to sequester more, I would say.
Well, just picking up at a few points there, you flagged up the 100-year and issue again. I mean, the point is that methane from cattle is part of nature's cycle. It has always been there. And as I explained, it actually degrades back to carbon dioxide. Meanwhile, the carbon dioxide, the additional carbon dioxide that goes into the atmosphere from fossil fuels is there for between 500 to 1,000 years. All the fossil fuel emissions that are currently taking place will continue to heat the planet way after that 100-year mark. And we ought to be looking at the complete picture in terms, not just the next 10 years or 100, we need to see it in that context. Totally agree with you there that we haven't got 100 years to hang around and sort this out. Mm-hmm. I think we need to be doing it in the next 10 to 20 years. If you go down the rewilding route in terms of planting trees and all the rest of it, if you look at the statistics, it's up to 20 years before you actually become a net sequestrator of carbon into the biomass of the tree itself and into the soils. Using cattle on grassland, and not just on the existing grassland, we've got a major problem with the arable soils in the UK, which has been hugely degraded due to just going down the industrial arable route there. Those soils need to be rapidly rebuilt, and that can only be achieved by going back into a mixed farming system with grassland there and the reintroduction of livestock to all those farms in the east of England, for instance, where you hardly see one at all. And that will achieve a far faster uptake of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere than just allowing nature to rewild. In terms of a natural countryside, when we only moved over to Worcester some 8 years ago, and I was staggered at what I was looking at in comparison to the fens versus where I had been for the last 30 years, where spot the tree was the game, quite frankly. The farmers there wouldn't plant a tree or have a tree if you could have 4 cabbages there. Contrast that with what they had in Worcestershire, which was a natural small paddock landscape. You had hedgerows there with damson trees every 20 yards. You had the old traditional fruit trees, livestock undergrazing on the grassland. Those were incredibly productive systems, producing more calories than intensive arable systems there, and also you had the biodiversity that went with it, and you were sequestrating carbon, and you had the meat, healthy meat to produce and eat.
Well, I mean, that sounds good. So I think we agree largely on that, on the biodiversity. You don't want monocrops, whether it's cabbages or wheat or anything. I think you want a diverse landscape. So I don't disagree with that at all.
You add your point and then I'll come back.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I mean, the basic point I would like to make is that veganism tends to project livestock as being part of the problem when it comes to climate change and ecosystem degradation and loss. And fundamentally, grazing livestock is part of mixed farming systems. They're actually part of the solution.
But there's very little like that, isn't there? I mean, there's really globally that really isn't the reality of the way the world is going.
I'd just like to ask one question of both of you, and then perhaps if you can just touch on health, and then we will need to wrap up because we don't have a lot of time left. So one thing that I heard recently, in terms of the biodiversity, in terms of the methane aspect, I don't fully understand all the science of the methane. I leave that to you two. But one thing I heard recently was that the wild bison in America used to be 800,000 to 1 million in number, and that is sort of equal to the number of cows there now. What's to say that the old biodiverse way was emitting less methane than we have now? And so there's that point, and that I'd like you both to address, and then also I'd like you to both touch on the health aspects, because our health is a part of the of this earth as well, and is important. And then we will have to wrap up, I'm afraid.
So
you can go next.
What was the question?
Okay, the question is, if we were to go back to a more biodiverse way, how is that reducing the level of methane? Before human impact, there were hundreds of thousands of bison roaming. Right. Now there aren't, but there are cows replacing them. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've got far more livestock now than we had wild animals we've ever had. If you go back to 10,000 years or so, when we were negligible, our biomass was negligible on the planet. Now it dominates the planet. So so there's just so much more methane. There's so many more animals.
And what would you say to that, Dave?
Well, picking up on the figures there, there's a slight error. It was actually 80 million bison that were roaming the planet around about 1800. And there's only roughly the equivalent, I think it's about 96 million cattle in the United States at the moment. In 1800, there would have been a huge number of wild antelope which were never counted as well, also emitting methane. The problem is not the meat as such, it is the way that we feed them. And it is the grain feeding of livestock as opposed to allowing them to graze naturally. In terms of the sequestration, just take the States as an example that has been cited there. The soil in the United States on the prairies there was 8 to 10 feet deep, and that was because the bison were grazing it there and piling the carbon back in. Now it's down to very little indeed, and that's as a result of the intensive arable agricultural systems that are used in the States, and 40% of the grain that goes from there is fed into the livestock. It's a complete and utter nonsense.
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah.
But the way we need to tackle this is basically fossil fuel reduction and going back to mixed farming systems.
Okay, thanks very much for those interesting points. I'd like you to both just touch on the health aspects and then we'll have to close. Thank you.
Well, so the health aspects, I think most people now would accept that you can live a perfectly healthy life on a vegan lifestyle. You know, the American Dietetics Association says that a well-planned vegan lifestyle is perfectly adequate from birth to death. So I mean, and there's increasing number of studies that say the more plants that you eat, the better off you are, and that our health is driven by the microbiome that we've got, and the microbiome lives on fibre we get from plants. So the more plants that you can eat, the more diversity that you can get into those plants, the healthier that you'll be. The only diet that's been shown to actually reverse heart disease is a low-fat, whole foods, whole plant vegan diet. I mean, since that's our number one killer, you would think that would be the one diet that would be recommended.
I think I beg to differ on that in terms of nutrition and the benefits of going down the vegan route. The problem that we have has only exhibited itself since about 1970, when there's this strong push away from the use of animal fats to carbohydrate diets. And I'll just read to you from the British Journal of Nutrition. Conjugated lineolic acid, CLA, another type of fatty acid, exhibits significant antioxidant activity and may be one of the most potent defences against heart disease, diabetes and cancer. And it then goes on to say beef is one of the richest sources of CLA, and 100% grass-fed contains significantly more than grain-fed animals. Meat from grass-fed animals also contains more antioxidants, vitamins and minerals such as beta-carotene, vitamin E than meat from grain-fed animals. You get a more balanced diet by eating meat, grass-fed meat, than you do just going down the vegan route, where you can, in some instances, seriously damage your health due to deficiencies.
I'm not sure. What am I deficient in then if I don't eat meat?
If you look through the statistics, there is a significant problem with a number of people who cannot take a straightforward vegan diet. They have to switch back again there in order to get the correct nutrient levels to maintain health. Man has been an omnivore for the last million years or so, and now turn around and argue that that's been contrary to their health, quite frankly, Mike, I think is ridiculous. We need to remain an omnivore, I should say, get it right there, and continue with a good, sound, a mixed diet there, balanced diet there. Make sure the source of that food is sound, environmentally sound.
I completely agree that we need a balanced diet, but it doesn't need to include meat.
Okay. Shall I? Okay. Thank you. I think there's a lot more scope for debate there, and hopefully if we have another Earth Day next year, we can look into this matter further. Thank you so much, Dave and Mike, for taking part in the debate. And sorry we didn't have more time for you, because I think that is a fascinating debate that deserves more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josie. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dave. It was very interesting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Matt Barker. I'm the Carbon Reduction Projects Officer for Malvern Hills District Council and Wychavon District Council. And thank you first to Malvern Town Council for putting on this Earth Day event and for inviting me along to speak at it. I'm going to talk to you about the role of Malvern Hills District Council in tackling the climate emergency and achieving a carbon neutral society, and the plan that we've put in place, the Destination Zero plan, to help us get there. But firstly, I'll set this within the context of the wider climate emergency and climate change, and as well as the international and national efforts that have been put in place to tackle it. So firstly then, a look at how carbon dioxide emissions have been changing over time. Now, I know a lot of this might be familiar to you, and you've seen a lot of this before, and apologies if it has been covered by earlier presenters, but I think it's always worth being reminded of the challenges that we face. The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is at its highest for hundreds of thousands of years and is rising at a rapid rate. It's actually likely that it's the highest it's ever been in the history of humans, and on top of that, it's likely to be the highest concentration seen on Earth in around 3 million years. The last time that atmospheric carbon dioxide was this high, it's been estimated that sea levels were 15 to 25 metres higher than they are at the moment, and 2 to 3 degrees warmer. And that's poses a real warning for the future. So then, if we move on to look at how temperature has been rising in the more recent future, well, we see that such high levels of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions, that's been accelerating global warming as those gases trap more heat within our atmosphere. And we've been able to observe this rise in annual global temperatures over the last 170 years. And what it shows is that year on year, the Earth is warming, as well as the individual months within them as time has gone on. And you can see from the last 10 years at the bottom row of that slide that this has really accelerated. We now face that 2020 was the hottest year on record, tied with 2016 and 2019, and the six warmest years on record have all been since 2015. So there's a real trend there. So then looking how this might project out into the future. Now, left unchecked, and with greenhouse gas emissions not reduced, this temperature rise will continue to increase, with many projections predicting a global temperature of upwards of 5 degrees by the end of this century. And in fact, a report published by the World Meteorological Organization this week states that global average temperatures have already reached 1.2 degrees warmer than pre-industrial levels. So we are tracking on that trajectory to a much warmer planet. Then moving on to, well, what is the significance of that? Well, it's significant because the further the temperature rises, the greater risks to society and the wider natural ecosystems is posed by climate change. The chart you can see on the screen at the moment by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change shows the various levels of risk as global temperatures get higher. Now, as we have already experienced with the 1 degree plus of warming that we observe, it's already causing significant impacts and risks to our ecosystems, as well as the frequency and severity of our weather. However, as temperatures rise further, this problem just exacerbates, as well as then further risks from larger global scale events that could fundamentally change our way of life. Looking then to perhaps a bit more localised projections. Now, this is a graphic produced by the Met Office showing potential changes in our climate towards the end of the 2070s for central England. Now, even the lower emission scenario, perhaps where we're following at the moment, carries a risk of much wetter and warmer winters, and that's with the climate change that's probably already baked into the emissions we've produced. But the higher emission scenario, and if we carry on increasing the amount of emissions in our atmosphere, could bring wetter winters still and quite significantly higher summer temperatures. This, of course, then brings increased risks of flood, of drought, health issues from overheating, as well as pests, diseases, impacts on farming, as well on our wider economy. Now, there are many uncertainties on the scale of the actual impacts in the various different emissions and temperature scenarios. But what we do know is that there are big risks, and that these risks worsen the more that greenhouse gas emissions we put into the atmosphere. And I think a key message really is that every degree rise really does matter. So then to move on and look at the international effort to tackle climate change. There's been a fairly long history of international action and on climate change and sustainable development over the past 40 years. Through various international conventions and agreements. And now primarily climate change action at the international level is being advanced through the UN's Conference of Parties annual meetings, of which the UK is set to hold the 26th meeting later this year. But then perhaps the most well-known of these meetings is the COP21, where the Paris Agreement was reached and was really considered to be a significant step change in the global commitment to tackling climate change. Adopted by 196 parties, the global nations agreed to limit the increase in global temperatures to well below 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels, but actually to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees to significantly reduce the risks and impacts of the climate change. There's also a commitment to reach peak global emissions as soon as possible, and as well to submit national climate action plans reviewed regularly that really set and chart the course for different countries to reduce their own emissions. However, despite the Paris Agreement and the preceding commitments there have been, there is still quite a mismatch between the global action and the 1.5 or 2 degree pathways. Now, current policies put in place by nations across the world still put us on a track for the around 3 degrees of warming, and obviously that would have a significant detrimental impact on our society. And then even taking the more ambitious non-binding pledges and targets still puts us on a path for well over 2 degrees. And a report this year from the International Energy Agency predicts that CO2 emissions this year are expected to increase and be the second biggest annual rise in history. Therefore, considerable global commitment, more global commitment is needed to meet the Paris Agreement targets that have been set. So then taking a look at the UK climate change policy. Now, at the national level, the UK, we've often been at the forefront of introducing policy and legislation committing to climate action. The Climate Change Act of 2008 was the first legally binding mitigation target and sought to reduce emissions by 80% by 2050. It also established the UK Climate Change Committee as an independent advisory board, and also put in a legal requirement for legally binding 5-year carbon budgets to take us on that pathway to 2050. Then in 2019, the UK government declared a climate emergency and was the first national government to do so. And then following this, as you will well know, it's something that lots of local authorities have also decided to do, including Malvern Hills. And then in 2019, in another significant step, the commitment was ramped up with a new Climate Change Act committing to actual net zero by 2050. And this week, the UK have actually announced to raise those ambitions further and cut emissions by 78% by 2035, which is actually in line with the recommendations set out by the UK Climate Change Committee. And there have been plenty of work, reports, white papers, initiatives introduced in recent times to help set us on this path in the various sectors of industry and society. And climate change and carbon reduction has really filtered into all aspects of government working. And there is positive news. UK emissions have been decreasing steadily over the last number of decades and continue to fall. and carbon emissions are now at their lowest levels since the 1870s. Now, this has largely resulted from our changes in our energy supply, particularly the move away from electricity generated by coal-fired power stations to more renewables as well as gas. And you can see the black line on the chart there shows that quite rapid reduction in coal use that has driven this. But there's also been reduced energy consumption from homes and businesses as efficiencies have increased, both in the building and the appliances that we use. However, there is still a long way to go. Now, I mentioned those carbon budgets that are legally binding. The first two of those have been set and achieved, which is really good. However, current government projections show that we are not on track to meet the fourth, fifth, and soon to be agreed sixth carbon budgets. And you can see from the blue line on the chart there that shows you the trajectory that we're on with the current policies in place, with actually the red line showing the trajectory that we need to be on to get to net zero by 2050. So there's a lot more, there's a significant gap in our pathway. So the legislation the UK has in place is saying the right thing, but the current policies and actions to achieve it are not yet in place. Just a note on aviation and the importation of goods and the inclusion in our carbon accounting, something that has been long been debated about whether it should be included or not. But recent announcements from the government this week state that it now actually will be counted in our emissions target, which is really positive news as well. So, at then the more local level, then what are Malvern Hills District Council doing? Well, as I mentioned, a climate emergency was declared, and that happened back in July 2019. And with that was a commitment to prepare a carbon reduction action plan. To put this into place, there was a wide stakeholder engagement internally within the organisation, with towns and parish councils, with the community, and various statutory bodies that we work with. And that led to the Destination Zero plan being adopted by the Council in January 2020. So, the role of the public sector. Well, the public sector's own emissions, its own operational emissions, are thought to be about 2% of total UK emissions, so not very much. But actually the emissions that are under the influence of the public sector are really quite large and estimated to be 40%, which means the role of the local government is really quite pivotal. And I think key to local government action is understanding what elements are under our direct control, for example, our own estate, what we can directly influence in terms of policy, and what perhaps is more of a concern but is not entirely within our scope to act on. And that really helps us focus on our priorities and our actions. But it's clear that the councils have a big leadership role, both in reducing its own emissions and setting an example, but by encouraging and enabling others to do the same. And this includes setting the policy framework and supporting and working with our partners to achieve more than we ever could on our own. So moving on to look at where our emissions come from. Now, Malvern Hills' own emissions, you can see from the pie chart that shows you the key sources of those. Now, the refuse vehicles through waste collection is our biggest single source of emissions at 46%. Behind that is more of our estate, our buildings, with the Malvern Theatres and the Malvern Splash being the main contributors to that. And that really sort of helps focus the mind of where we need to target our resources. But then if we move on again to look at the wider district and what's happening at that scale, well, it's a similar picture to the rest of the country. I mean, you see the three major categories of emissions there: transport, from industry, and from domestic properties. Now, industrial and domestic sectors have been steadily declining, again due to the changes in the energy system, so more of our power is coming from renewables instead of coal, but also the energy efficiency of our buildings, our utilities and our processes. However, transport has remained stubbornly at the same level, and while there has obviously been efficiencies to the vehicles we use, it is not offsetting the increases in car ownership, bigger cars and the mileage we're travelling. Plus, the electrification of vehicles is still in its relative infancy, so it hasn't had the impact. So the vision for Destination Zero is for Malvern Hills to become as carbon neutral as quickly as possible, and by 2050 at the latest, with a 50% reduction by 2030. And there are five key success measures under that: to reduce our own emissions, to reduce the district-wide emissions, to grow the size of the low-carbon economy and the businesses that are involved in renewable technology, increase the amount of renewable energy that's generated, and also increase the amount of carbon we actually capture through, for example, habitat restoration. Within that, the Destination Zero plan is arranged around 8 priority areas. And then these cover a large and a broad range of themes, from low carbon development, home and business energy efficiency, low carbon transport, waste reduction, habitat restoration, as well as working with our communities to reduce their own footprints. And each priority contains a series of specific actions that will all contribute towards achieving net zero. And there are 56 actions in total. As well as that, the Council, along with Wychavon, have committed to a dedicated carbon resource, myself, as a carbon reductions project officer. And I'm here to support the delivery of those carbon reduction plans, to work to ensure that carbon reduction is embedded into everything the Council does, to work with our partners, our stakeholders, our communities, to help them on their own journey to net zero, and to generally to add capacity to projects to progress things along. But I'm also here to monitor and view how we're doing against the plan, which is obviously a key component to knowing our own success. And in terms of key short-term priorities that have been identified, well, the council buildings, they are in our direct control. We're looking at the energy efficiency, also reducing the amount of energy they use, but also how we might be able to decarbonise the energy we use through things like solar panels and where we get our electricity and gas supply from. We look at the council's own lands, what opportunities are out there for us to use our own land for projects like habitat restoration. They obviously also have ecological benefits, but help us to capture carbon. Planning policy is really important, and currently the strategic plan for the area, the South Worcestershire Development Plan, is under review. So it's about the policies that we put in that and what we expect from development to make sure that the building that is going to occur in the area doesn't essentially get us into a deeper hole in terms of carbon emissions. Community engagement and community leadership is obviously key, making sure that climate awareness is spread far and wide, and again, as well as how we can help people with their own projects, supporting more walking and cycling, and particularly targeting those journeys, those shorter journeys that are done by car, but could be very easily transferable to walking and cycling if the right conditions were put in place. And then energy efficiency. I mean, that's domestic and business, but particularly support for example, low-income, low-efficiency homes that really need that help to come up to standard. And there's a good story so far. There really has been good progress. There's carbon emissions within the district and the council's own emissions have been reducing and continue to reduce. Renewable energy generation has increased significantly, and it's trebled since 2014. Council direct action, such as purchasing land at Hallow for habitat restoration and carbon capture, supporting businesses through energy efficiency programmes, providing funding for energy efficiency for homes, funding for community transport projects, and its policies it puts in place, such as the South Worcestershire Development Plan, but also our Visitor Economy Action Plan about making the area a green destination. And I think, you know, a big commitment is actually putting the Destination Zero plan in place, because it really puts the cards on the table and a plan of action in place for how we're going to achieve this. And then just finally from me, carbon reduction emissions is a critical aim in itself, and it's really crucial to tackling climate change. But I don't think it's really important not to lose sight of the other significant co-benefits that come with this transition. From health and well-being and environmental quality to jobs in the economy and our energy security, they all go side by side with the carbon reduction projects that we're putting into place. So essentially, the transition to a low-carbon economy is a transition to a happier, healthier, more prosperous society that also protects our natural environment and its ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Dan Wild and I've been driving electric vehicles since June 2015. It's been our only family car and I'm a founder member of the Electric Automobile Association, which we call Electra. Let's have a look at the first slide, looking at the benefits and the good things about having an EV. I don't propose to read through it because it's quite obvious. We've got the driving, it's a more pleasurable experience, good road holding, inexpensive, maintenance costs low, big advantage. You don't have to stop at filling stations. And as far as the environment is concerned, we all want to breathe clean air. And one good way of improving the atmosphere is to reduce the emissions from vehicles. So that's the really big advantage of EVs. There's a smaller one, which is quite interesting. Going the wrong way. Okay, there's a smaller one, which is the electric vehicles are actually safer than. Where's the slide gone? This is going live, so we better get on with it. So we'll come back. We'll come back to that. Yes, no, that's right. Sorry. The reasons why EVs are safer is that with 100% torque at any speed, including standstill, there's no mechanical lag should it be necessary to floor the throttle to get out of trouble. EVs only have one gear, so you're always in the right gear, whatever maneuver you need to take. The near silent running makes outside traffic noise audible, increasing awareness. Now here's a funny one, because a lot of people are concerned about range of electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are less likely to run out of fuel than a conventional internal combustion engine. On an internal combustion engine car, you get a light that comes on after 30, 40, 50 miles range, and after that, no further indication. Whereas on an electric car, I get a warning at 15 miles and an annoying continuous bleep after 9 miles range. Is designed to be annoying. And at 3 miles, you get a warning to say, get off the road and park up safely awaiting rescue. Whereas most internal combustion engine drivers have to manage with just the yellow warning light. And it's not surprising that 800,000, I'll say that again, 800,000 drivers run out of petrol a year on the UK's motorways. With neither ignition nor fuel injection systems, EVs can tolerate deeper fording waters, and with the incidence of floods, that could be a benefit. Braking is improved by regenerative braking. That's when you take your foot off the throttle and the electricity generated goes back into the battery. And there is reduced likelihood of catching fire. Although with the figures you get from the fire services are slewed because criminals tend to torch vehicles, so the figures aren't as reliable as we would like. When we founded Electra, we chose the strapline promoting the use and enjoyment of electric vehicles. In our naivety, we thought the environmental benefits of switching from an internal combustion engine were obvious and unarguable. But it wasn't long before we realized that resistance to change was far greater than the natural inhibition, reluctance to change. It was being orchestrated by a relentless rearguard action by the oil companies and some of the legacy car manufacturers. I'll explain legacy. Legacy is car manufacturers who've never made an electric vehicle from square one and have tended to just convert the vehicles that they have. So they have a huge financial interest in maintaining the status quo. The one thing we did not know was how that the oil industry managed to kill off the electric vehicle development in the 1990s. Have a look at this video. It's just 2 minutes.
In 1996, electric cars began to appear on roads all over California. They were quiet and fast, produced no exhaust, and ran without gasoline. 10 years later, these futuristic cars were almost entirely gone. What happened? Why should we be haunted by the ghost of the electric car?
I plug it in at night, and when I need to drive it, I unplug, drive it away.
Believe it or not, that sucker goes. That thing will take you so fast you could get a ticket.
Wow, I didn't know this existed. How come I don't know about this?
People who control the marketplace today, the oil companies, have a strong incentive to discourage alternatives.
They make too much money with their technological stagnation and the internal combustion engine.
For the last 15 years, they've been telling us the fuel cells are 10 to 15 years old.
There's still roughly 1 trillion barrels worth of oil in the Earth's crust. That's $100 trillion worth of business yet to be done.
General Motors made a commitment to the Hummer because they could see the Hummer would make them money.
The electric vehicle is not for everybody. It can only meet the needs of 90% of the population.
We're up against the automobile industry, the oil industry. It's David versus Goliath.
Who killed the electric car? Lack of corporate wisdom.
In my opinion, it's big oil.
The murder was committed by the General Motors company.
What's interesting, you're going to be shredding some new cars. Why are you shredding them up?
A little bit of a mystery, really.
That seems like a shame.
I think it will go down as one of the biggest blunders in the history of the automotive industry.
That campaign was successful in the 1990s, but now the electric car is unstoppable. But the campaign is now to slow down the adoption of EVs, somewhat akin to the campaign waged by Big Tobacco in the 60s. I'm probably typical that it took me a few years after learning about the harmful effects of tobacco to want to believe the evidence and stop smoking. Meanwhile, I puffed away, had poured money into the tobacco company's coffers. The pun is intended. A similar delaying tactic for the adoption of EVs would reap similar financial benefits. The first obvious one is that EVs don't burn petrol. I've driven over 700,000 miles in my EVs, so I've not bought about £9,400 worth of petrol. But I've spent £840 on electricity. It's more subtle with the legacy car manufacturers because they have huge investments in engines, clutches, gearbox, production lines, which they actually need to, for the benefit of their shareholders, get a return. Their objective is to maximize that investment. So the longer they can delay the adoption of electric vehicles, the more they can milk the assets which they have. some people complain that they, when you go into a dealership, they're not very keen on being sold an electric vehicle. The salespeople want to sell them the latest super clean diesel, which is actually cleaner than the air that you breathe. Well, that's an impossibility, but they try. And why? Because electric vehicles have virtually no moving parts. They've got 18 moving parts. A conventional vehicle has about 1,500, so the maintenance costs are obvious. Electric vehicles cost very little to run. Now, it's not just the oil companies who have reluctance to change. A lot of it is being orchestrated by financial moguls. For example, the Koch brothers in the USA. Now, if you haven't heard of the Koch brothers, when you get back, Google them and you'll see that they are responsible for shareholdings of a huge amount of oil and gas shares. I haven't calculated it, but Greenpeace have calculated that the Koch brothers have spent $160 million in total in trying to refute the evidence towards global warming. That means that there's a lot of disinformation out into the marketplace, usually disseminated by social media. So let's look at some of the legitimate and reasonable questions which are asked, and which also are augmented by propaganda. So here, have we got the slide up? Yes, here we have the myths and informations. So let's start with the first one. Electric vehicles pollute just as much as gas and diesel-powered cars because the utilities are burning fossil fuel. Let's look at the grid slide. There's hardly any coal burnt in the UK at the moment to produce fuel. All the pictures of power stations running huge heaps of coal come from the days of the miners' strike, when 90% of electricity was generated by coal. Nowadays, we're on what, 15, 20% renewables? And you can, if you choose, and I'm one who does choose, to purchase all your electricity from renewable sources. So we're not switching any of the tailpipe emissions back to the power station. The other question that comes up is batteries in electric vehicles have a short lifespan and batteries are expensive to replace. Well, they don't. The guarantee on electric vehicle batteries is between 6 and 8 years, or 100,000 miles, which is about the same as you would get on a conventional vehicle. The campaign, Nissan, for example, whose car has been in, Leaf has been in production for about 7 years now, estimate that battery life will exceed the life of the car, and they reckon they'll do about 250,000 miles. There's about 5% degradation of battery in the first year, and then it remains fairly stable. And you can compare that with what you would get on a conventional vehicle, because there's a wear and tear, your MPG drops. The perception that batteries don't last is based on our experience with laptops, phones, and tablets, where the batteries don't last very long. And that is because we discharge them fully and we charge them fully. On an electric vehicle, they have battery management systems, and on mine, I can't charge it to more than 90% charge, nor can I run it down to more than 10%. So there's although 80% gives you a buffer each end. Also, there's a temperature management system to maintain it. So the battery never runs down. At the beginning of lockdown, I thought it was foolish to continue leasing a car because I wasn't going anywhere. So I bought it out of the lease with 50,000 miles on the clock and no discernible degradation. And the efficiency hasn't changed since I first had the car. It runs at 4.2 miles per kilowatt hour. So I wouldn't have bought it if battery degradation was a concern. The next thing that crops up is electric vehicles don't have enough range to be practical, and EVs take too long to charge. Well, the first electric vehicles had batteries of 22 kilowatts, roughly. That used to give them a range between 80 and 100 miles, and then must say when I had one of those, long journeys planning had to be very carefully done because the infrastructure was low. But the next generation had 33 kilowatt batteries, and that changed it completely because you're looking at about 120 mile range. And the current industry standard is 40. Personally, I find a 30 kilowatt battery is adequate. I very rarely charge on day-to-day motoring because I can charge 93% at home. And when I'm out, like all responsible drivers, every 2 hours I take a break. And consequently, it is no big deal or no feat of organization to manage to charge your car whilst you're having a coffee and a comfort stopper. We went to Dundee last year and drove back in a day. And I digress. Sometimes, being a smart aleck, I claim not to know how long it takes to charge the car. As I say, I'm always doing something else. I'm either drinking coffee, eating, sleeping, or anything. So that's the way it works. So on our journey back from Dundee, we didn't stop to charge. We stopped for breakfast, we stopped for coffee, we stopped for lunch, and we stopped for a pot of tea in the afternoon. And on all those occasions, I plugged in for half an hour to charge, because half an hour will give you 100 miles. So we didn't take any longer to come back from Dundee than we would have done in a conventional vehicle, with maybe one fuel stop for 400 miles. Now, can I have a Somerset slide? Yeah. We have family down in Somerset, and we visit them fairly regularly, and that's about a 180-mile trip. So looking at the map you see here, you can see the charging points available. On a 180-mile trip, I need to fill up once, and it's a case of I can choose where I do it. I don't have to run the battery right to the way down. We tend to run the battery or stop when it suits us. I mean, for example, on this trip, we usually stop at Portishead, where there's a charging point next to a supermarket, Waitrose, as we have in Malvern, and we usually pop in and do a bit of extra shopping and have a coffee there, or stop at the cafe across the road and watch the boats in the harbour. Then the other thing, you don't have to stop and fully charge. If one's out on a run and you nearly think you may have difficulty in getting home, you can always stop for 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes and just top it up the same way as you might top up your petrol car and just put £10 in just to get home. The next thing is question asked is, they say electric vehicles are more expensive than petrol or diesel, and that is true. They're more expensive to buy, but the cost of ownership is less. When you consider that the overall costs, and we've done some sums here. Now, it's very difficult to compare apples and apples and pears with pears. The one where you can do is with the Renault Zoe and the Renault Clio. Now, where's that one gone? Yeah, like for like. Now, the argument about costs, it usually depends on depreciation. Well, depreciation is difficult to forecast, and most people don't factor it into their costs of purchasing a car. But if you get a new car on a lease, and 80% of new cars are on leases, you can actually compare apples and apples and pears with pears. The Clio leases for about £180 a month, and the Zoe for £240, reflecting the purchase price. The Clio will cost about 10 pence a mile in petrol. The Zoe will cost about 1.1 pence a mile in electricity. Now, this is based on my costs. My costs are, I buy electricity from Octopus. Now, Octopus, we will come to a little bit later, are one of the companies that does flexible and variable rates for electricity. And the tariff that I pay into is one that gives me 5 pence a unit for electricity between 12:30 midnight and 4:30 a.m. So it's fairly obvious what time of day I charge. Now, I charge 93% at home, so the rest of the time I would buy electricity from a rapid charger and probably pay 35 pence. So the sum works out for me that I work out at 1 pound 20 per 100 miles in electricity cost. So there's a probable saving in fuel in the order of £1,200 a year per 10,000 miles, which makes the EV less expensive to own, even before taking into account servicing and zero rate for VED, vehicle excise duty. And with only 20 moving parts compared with about 1,600, servicing costs are low, about £340 every other year if you're at a dealership, and much, much less at an independent. Now my guarantee has run out. I pay an independent £57 for a service every other year. Next slide. All these batteries are going to be difficult to dispose of and bad for the environment. Well, lithium-ion batteries are 100% recyclable. And there is a huge demand for partially spent, partially depleted batteries. You recall that earlier I was talking about variable tariffs for electricity. Tesla, for a start, are making batteries for home use, which you can charge from either your solar array, wind turbine, or from electricity at low cost. There are other companies, one in Malvern, which is for a start, Indra, who make batteries for home use. It was thought that these batteries would be from depleted ones, but it just isn't happening. The battery depleted market, the only batteries which are on for crashed vehicles, and they go at a premium. And then they say they're bad for the environment. Yeah, bad like burning millions and millions of tons of gas. You really need to get it in perspective. Right, then we go on to all these batteries will melt the electric grid. Sure. If everybody had an electric vehicle and they came home at 6 o'clock, plugged it in and let the thing charge, then that would cause huge problems and there would have to be huge investment in the new power stations. For example, my car could run my house for about 2 days. That's how much power there's there. So how do you handle these two statements? Here we have a typical weekday demand for electricity. And you can see how in the late afternoon and evening, power demand is high. It drops to very little at night, and then it rises again for a daytime rate. The curve actually looks a bit like a bathtub, and the electricity industry calls it the bathtub. And the objective, the ideal world would be to take the peak electricity demand, and if you cut off the top and drop it into the bathtub, you'd have a straight line. And that's now achievable. This is the Octopus Agile tariff, which I talked about earlier. The straight line across the graph is the standard rate for purchasing electricity, which for most people is about 16 to 18 pence per unit. And as you can see, as the demand increases, the price doubles. And as the demand drops, the price decreases. And certainly Octopus have on occasions paid their customers to take electricity, because when the sun shines and the wind blows and there's no demand, it's very expensive to turn wind turbines off. It's much easier to pay people to take electricity, and some people have been getting electricity for 2 and 3 pence credit. Not often, but it happens. And the more that people have electricity through smart meters, the more this can be managed. Now, the other thing which can work is vehicle to grid. And I would commend people to have a look at our website, the Electra website, because there are a couple of videos on there on one of our members who has vehicle to grid. Go back. Now, vehicle to grid is when you come home at night and you've been on your 30 miles commute to work, and you plug your car in, the car will then actually loan the grid electricity. And after midnight, the car will be charged on low-cost electricity, usually for nothing. And people say, why would we want to fiddle about charging the cars at different times of night? Well, the incentive is, if someone said you can have a petrol car and we'll never buy a gallon of petrol, you can have it for free, you jump at it. Well, it's the same thing. If you can have electricity for free, why would you not take it? All you have to do is lend your electricity from your battery when you come home for peak time and have it repaid to you overnight for free. There's an interesting video of here how it works. It's set up in Worcester. It's not very far away. It's one of the first prototypes, and I think people would find that quite interesting. There's a body of opinion that hydrogen is a better alternative. Yes, hydrogen is great as a fuel because the fuel doesn't produce products from carbon. But there's two sorts of hydrogen. One is brown, which is derived from oil, and you can see a picture of a long-chain hydrocarbon molecule. And to get all the hydrogen atoms out, you have to dispose of the carbon. And you ask yourself, that's a problem. Whereas green electricity is derived from the electrolysis of water, usually from turbines, and from renewables. Now, if you look at the efficiencies of getting electricity and power to the wheels of your vehicle, if you go from an electric vehicle, you're on about 77%. But if you produce hydrogen, put the hydrogen into the fuel cell of your car, and by the time you get the power to the wheels of your car, you're on 30% efficiency. So you're going to be probably twice as expensive. And from the point of view of the average EV driver who can charge at home, I've got an electric point in my garage. I haven't got, nor never will have, a hydrogen dispenser. And who distributes brown hydrogen derived from oil? It's a perfect way for the oil companies to continue to have fueling stations, or which they currently have, because the infrastructure for them is there. Toyota chose the hydrogen route and wasted 10 years, and now they're building EVs. Now, there is a benefit to hydrogen where it could work especially well for big trucks where they operate from a depot. They don't have to bother about a infrastructure for dispensing fuel, and very much be useful for marine applications. But for the average car, doesn't look as if that's going to be a viable. Now my last slide is just to say, how do I like having an electric car? Is it enough to say that I bought it out of the lease when 4 years old and 50,000 miles on the clock because I have a good experience and I'm happy with its future? All I can say is, get yourself an EV and have some happy motoring.
Thanks everyone. If you're still watching, we just come on to close really and say that we hope that you enjoyed our online Earth Day event and taken part in the activities and been educated by the speakers that we've had on. And again, thank you so much for joining us and watching us. It means a lot. We have another online event, actually a health and wellbeing event happening on the 1st of May. So if you'd like to join us again, a link will be posted on our website and Facebook page, as has this one. And I'm just going to pass over now to Councillor Librand, and she's going to say a few words. But before I do so, I just want to say thank you to Martin. You don't see Martin because he's behind the camera, but he's done a fabulous job for us today. So from behalf of myself and all of the Town Council, thank you, Martin. And now I'm going to pass you over to Josie.
Okay, so thank you to everybody involved, to everybody that took part. We will be compiling a list of all the links and resources that you want to offer us and that have been mentioned in the talks today. And on behalf of all the Town Councillors, I would like to say thank you to Claire and Lindsay for their fantastic organisation of the event. Thank you to everyone for watching. This will be available on YouTube, and for all the people that we're watching in the future, thank you. Thanks very much.